Recording. Good morning. Uh, Today we could finish the three chapters, right? Now we go for the next unit, what is called a consumer theory of consumer behavior. So now the whole, this unit talks about how consumer behaves. Wait. Yeah, after this supply will come. Wait. Yes, I know that. The supply going to be after this one. So demand we finish. Okay, I got you. Supply gonna do the because we're going in a sequence. So as in the sequence, this is consumer behavior first, and once we finish, then we'll go for the supply. There are types of goods. One is called necessaries. One is comfort. Another is luxury. Okay. Now, luxury, necessary, that this necessary is something which you cannot avoid, right? Which cannot be postponed. You need it at any cost. That is necessary. Luxury can be postponed, right? Because if you don't have luxury, it's not a question of your life. You can easily live without luxury. And comforts are the one which fall between necessary and luxury. Yesterday we did luxury is also known as conspicuous or prevalent or prestige goods. Means most of the luxury good we buy not because we need it, but because we want to show off, because we want to stand out, we want to stroke our ego, kind of. And so comfort is in between. Now, so comfort example, you can say luxury. Yesterday we did. You can say private jets, yacht, expensive diamonds, watches, etc. Comforts, you can say TV, refrigerator, right, air condition, and all this. Necessary, necessary like anything which you need to live a normal life: food, clothes, shelter, education, health, entertainments. These are necessaries. Now, necessary we have two types. One is called necessary of efficiency. Necessaries of efficiency. And second is called conventional. Conventional, necessary. What is necessary efficiency? Necessary of efficiency is something like which, exactly like necessary. I just explained you. Necessary means what? Without which the survival can be, survival would be in a question. So you need a basic necessity: food, clothes, shelter, education, health, entertainments. These are the basic necessary. So anything, any resource, any goods which you need for survival, right? This is called necessary of efficiency. So I can say it: food, clothes, shelter, education, health, entertainment. These all are. Now, conventional necessary is something. Conventional necessary is something like it's depends upon your tradition and customs. Like India is a country where there are a lot many religions, right? A lot many religions are being practiced. So Hindus, we have festivals like Diwali. The Muslims have the festival like Eid. The Catholic, the festivals. Christians, the festivals. Festival is coming like Jesus' birth date. So there are so many Jains are there, the Buddhisms are there. So since you belong to a particular community, particular religion, so when a festival comes, no matter you're rich or you're poor, you buy it's a certain maybe food items, certain because in every religion in India, not India, across the world, we do have some rituals. To perform that rituals, we have to buy certain special kind of commodities. This is conventional necessary, means though you it depends upon which religion and customs and tradition you have born. Like Diwali, crackers. What say in Eid, is you food. Muslim brothers, they cook special food, they buy clothes. In Christians, different. So this is called conventional necessity. Since you have born in that particular community, particular religion, you have to buy that, no matter you're rich or poor. This is conventional necessary. Hope you got it. Next is the whole area concept is called, the one area concept is called utility. Utility. What is utility? It's wants, satisfying power of the commodity. What's that? It means, let's example, the commodity we consume, any commodity. Why we consume? Because we know that after consumption of that commodity, you will get some kind of satisfaction, right? So otherwise, why will consume? Consumption does not mean only the food. Any kind of, when you watch something, that's a consumption happening. When you wear a shirt or pants, these are consumption. Understand? When you eat something, that's a consumption. So anything. So when you consume something, there's an intention behind, like you'll get some satisfaction out of it, right? So every commodity on this planet, when you consume humans, I'm not talking about the other spaces, I'm talking about the human. So every commodity which is being consumed by the human has a capacity to satisfy you. If the commodity has no capacity to satisfy you, why you will consume it, right? So this is utility. Utility means every commodity, when you consume, you get some satisfaction out of it. That is the utility. Example, let's say you are hungry, you ate some, like a pizza, or once you ate the pizza, of course, you must have got some satisfaction after eating it, right? So let's example, when you consume the pizza, a satisfaction was, let's say, 20%, example, 20% your stomach got full. So you can say that this pizza has a 20% utility. Understand? So utility means one satisfying power of the commodity. Now, normally utility has a measuring unit, like how we have utility has a measuring unit, like how we have kg, kilometers, centimeters, right? Liter. So how to measure utility? To measure utility, the measuring unit is called utils. Call it utils. Utils is the measuring unit of utility. You understand? Now, I told you one satisfying power of the commodity is called utility. This idea of utility has been given by, again, Alfred Marshall. Okay. Now, in this utility, we have two types. One is called TU. TU stands for total utility. Total utility means, like, say, you know, there's in a law they're called assumptions. In economics, we have lots of assumptions. So Alfred Marshall assumes that the consumers, the amount of commodity which a consumer is consuming, he is consuming more than one commodity. Okay, more than one commodity he consuming. His consumer cannot just consume one. He has to consume more than one. This is assumption. You know, the assumption is just even we assume because to satisfy the law. So this example, total utility. So there's a consumer is consuming, like, say, five units. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. He consumed 5 units of any commodity. Every commodity he consumed, he will get some satisfaction out of it, right? From 10, like example, 10, 9, 8, 7, and 6. When you add total, this is nothing but your total utility. This figure, whatever figure you get, this is called total utility. Like if I ask you, like, you know, foundation, say foundation, there are four subjects, right? When you write a paper, God bless you, you clear the exam, and if I ask you, hey, what is total marks? How would you give me the total marks? You add the marks of economics, then accounts, then law, and mathematics. And simple, they said, this is my total marks. This is total utility. So when consumer, as I told you, that Alfred Marshall has assumed that the consumer cannot consume just one commodity and get 100% satisfaction. He has to consume 2 commodities. 2 commodities, more than 1 commodity, not exactly 2, anything more than 1. So I assume that the consumer is consuming 5 commodities. For every commodity he consuming, he will get some satisfaction out of it. When I add all the satisfaction from all the commodity he consumed is called nothing but your total utility. Understand? Now second we call marginal utility. What is marginal utility? Marginal utility is something like additional made to total. Addition made to total. Next example. Addition made to total. Addition means, like, if consumer is just consuming one commodity, how you will know how much satisfaction he added? Let's say consumer consumed 1 commodity and he got a satisfaction, how much? 10 utils. I told you, measuring unit of utility is what? Utils. He got 10 utils. Now, what is the addition? How much? This is total utility. Total utility for commodity 1. How much you got? 10. What is marginal? Addition made to total. So I can only add in 10 when I consume second, right? I cannot add unless I say have second. How we know? So let's say second commodity consumed and addition was 12. Example. So how much you added in 10 to reach 12? 2. 2 is nothing but your marginal utility. Addition made to total. You understand? Now, the next question says relationship between TU and MU. So we'll make one table. This is your TU, this is your MU, sorry, this is your units, this is your TU, this is your MU, okay, and then this is MUC. So there are 7 units, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So consumer is consuming how many units? 7 units, okay. From each unit he'll get some satisfaction, as I told you. 10, 18, 24, 28, 30, 30, and 28, okay. Now see, if the consumer, let's say example, you are already you are running in the marathon alone, okay, you're running the marathon alone, there is no MU is addition made to total. See, you write the first exam, you got 20 marks, okay, example. Now what's the meaning of marginal utility? Marginal utility means addition made to total, correct? Addition made to total. So when you write the first exam, what is your total marks? 20. That is total marks for first exam. And the meaning of marginal is what? Addition made to total. So for first exam, what is total? 20. Now you will make some addition in the marks. How we can do that? Unless you write a second exam. When you write second exam, you made, let's say, 30. How much you added in total? First total was 20. Now new total is how much? 30. How much you added in 20 to reach 30? That is 10. 10 is marginal. The first exam you write, you got 20. In second exam, if you got 15, then marginal is minus 5. So whatever addition or subtraction happening, that is marginal. You do not know how much addition happening or subtraction happening until you write second exam. Make sense? Got it now? Okay. So see, now but let's example, if you are alone running in the marathon, who going to win the match? Of course you. There's no contender. There's no contender. So if you're a single runner, single contender, then you reach to the finish line in 1 hour or 10 hours, no matters, you're gonna get we will be the winner. It means for the first unit, when consumer consume first unit, how much is total is 10. So what will be the marginal? How much we added in total? Nothing, right? Because for margin, I need to consume second unit. So for first unit, marginal is, you can say 0 or 10. 10 means what? Nothing addition. 10 is TU, 10 is MU. How much addition happened? Nothing. No addition happened. So addition, you can say 0 or 10. Both are same thing. Now, how much you added in 10 to reach 18? 8. This is your margin. How much you added 18 to 20, 24? 6. Then 4. Then 2. Then 0. Then minus 2. This is your marginal. You understand? Okay. Now, you see very carefully, if you see the figure of TU, TU is increasing, right? It means when consumer consuming first unit, his total is 10. Second unit, his total is 18. Correct? But 18 is more than 10, but not double of 10. Is it correct? It means the first unit he got, when he consumed the first unit, he got total satisfaction was 10. The second unit, total satisfaction is 18. How much he got from second commodity? Only he got 8, right? So you forget about the MU. Right now you see, it means TU is increasing, but the rate at which TU is increasing is diminishing. Means 18 is more than 10, but 18 is not double of 10. Now 24 is more than 18, but 24 is not double of 18. Understand me? Now 28 is more than 24, but it's not double of 24. It means TU, see, the numbers are increasing, but the rate at which TU is increasing is diminishing. So what we write, last column you can write analysis. Analysis is TU increasing at diminishing what rate? TU increasing at diminishing rate. This is one. Then you see when the consumer has consumed 6th unit, is TU, total utility is maximum. So you can write TU increasing at diminishing rate, then reaches to maximum, and after 6th unit, if consumer is keep consuming, your TU falls. 30 become 28 now. TU falls. You understand? So TU increasing at diminishing rate, then reaches to maximum. Maximum is this one, 30, right? And if the consumer is not stopping consumption, then its total utility will fall from 30 to 28. Now come to MU. If you say MU, have you seen MU is ever falling? MU is ever increasing? No. So MU always falls. Correct? MU always MU always falls. 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 0, minus 1, minus 2. And if you see here that at TU is not 0. Have you seen TU ever 0? No. But MU is 0 as well. So MU always falls. MU can be 0 and MU can be negative. Correct? See that after 0, MU become minus 2. If I write here, but now write about TU can't be negative or what? 0. Correct? Hope you understood this. See, if I plot this idea into a diagram, how the diagram shall look like? Positive zone, negative zone. This is your TU 30. So this is your TU. Here TU is, you can say H, S means highest or maximum, is also known as point of satiety. Point of satiety means the point of maximum satisfaction. You see in the table, when your sixth unit, consumer has consumed sixth unit, his total utility is how much? 30. And margin is 0. It means when your total is max, on y-axis you take total utility and marginal utility, by the way. On x-axis we take units. So when the consumer is consuming, when the consumer has consumer have consumed 6 unit, its total utility is maximum, that is his point of satiety. So when it's 100% satisfaction he got. And when total utility is 30, your marginal utility is how much? 0. Correct. If you see, I have drawn here the positive zone and negative zone. Above x is above this origin, this is positive, this is negative. If you see very carefully about total utility is never 0 or negative. It just is going up on reaching to maximum. The 30, you can say, the H you can say is the 30, and after that, if the consumer is not stopping consumption, the total utility will fall, right? Total utilities fall, that has become 28. So this after H is falling, volume is coming downward. But the TU and MU both start from same point, because I told you for first commodity, the TU is 10, the MU is also what? 10. TU is also 10, MU is also 10. So here, so TU and MU start from the same point. Now TU is always falling. So see, TU always falls. Before this point of 0, this is positive, this is 0, and after this point, this zone, MU becomes negative. The same thing I have showed. The things what is happening in the table, same thing I have showed by the means of diagram. Do you have any doubt? Please tell me, Niranjan, you got it? This diagram. Okay. Let's go for the next one. Next question talks about law of diminishing marginal utility, called DMU. Now, normally, when you consume more, the desire for consumption goes down, correct? Normally, when your consumption is more, the desire for consumption goes down. This will not happen that you're consuming more and you become more hungry. When the consumption is increasing, desire for consuming more is decreasing. That is law of diminishing marginal utility. Understand? Where when you consume more, the marginal utility diminish. This is called diminishing marginal utility. So same thing I'll show by the means of lines. It's very simple. Same thing again. Units, TU and MU. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Same figure: 10, 18, 24, 28, 30, 30, 28, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 0, minus 2. See here what is happening. If we see the marginal, what the law saying, the law where marginal utility diminishing marginal utility. Do you see here, MU diminishing. So if I put in the diagram, this is your positive, this is your negative. So here they did not ask you TU, they ask you the marginal utility only. So we'll do only one lines. Finish. Any doubt? This is zero, right? Because your consumption is maximum here, your total utility is maximum here. Any doubt? Okay, so this is the law of diminishing marginality is over. Next concept is called consumer surplus. The idea of consumer surplus has given by economist called Dupit, a French. A French economist. This is Dupit, or originally he has propounded the idea originally. Original idea, I mean, given by Dupit, but again made famous. Alfred Marshall. Understand? So what is consumer surplus? Consumer surplus is, if I write in theory formula, CS is equal to, consumer surplus is equal to marginal utility or willingness to pay minus actual or market price. Example, when you want to buy some commodity, when you plan to buy some commodity, don't you have the price of that commodity already in your mind? I mean, you have already some budget in your mind, right? That this much I will going to pay for this commodity. You may no matter what you're buying your car, you're buying your shoes, you're buying your food, you're buying your t-shirts, whatever you buy. So how much you are ready to pay? Both are the same thing. Marginal utility is depends upon marginal utility and willingness to pay, both are same thing, because how much you will to pay depends on the marginal utility of the commodity. So marginal utility of the commodity and willingness to pay, both are the same thing. So let's say for a commodity you wanted to pay 20 rupees, but when you go in the market you got some discounts. Okay, you got some discounts. There's a discount of 5. Sorry, my bad. When you go in the market, the price, let's example shoes, you wanted to pay $20 for the shoes. Okay, $20 for the shoes. But when you went in the shop, the shopkeeper giving a discount, or maybe a discount offer is going on. So he said instead of 20, the shoes cost you 15. So how much you were ready to pay, willing to pay? 20. How much you paying actually? 15. So this 5 is nothing but your consumer surplus. Understand? Willing to pay minus market price. You got it? Now we have a table for this. Units, margin utility, market price, consumer surplus. Unit is 1. Now what is margin utility? For one consumer consuming commodity, he will get some consumption, sorry, some margin utility from this. So it's 30, 28. Okay. Goods, as I told you, all the goods are homogeneous. So market, so homogeneous, all the goods are homogeneous, so price should be the same. The price is 20. Was the consumer surplus, as I told you? Margin utility minus market price. 20 minus 30, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 0. Last one is 80 minus 2. Okay, so you got it? You did not understand? Okay, so now we have a diagram on the basis of this. y-axis we are taking price and marginal utility, x-axis you are taking units. So y-axis we are taking price and margin utility, and x-axis we are taking units. And you see the margin utility is till M, and the price you are paying till P. So price is still here and benefits is still here, right? Means margin utility is more and price what you're paying is less. So gap is nothing but a consumer surplus, as we have discussed when we have just seen the table. You understand? So this is a consumer surplus. Hope you don't have any issues in it. Let's go for this topic is done. The next topic is we call it indifference curve. What is the meaning of indifference curve? Same level of satisfaction from different combinations of two commodities is called indifference curve. Same level of satisfaction from different combination of two commodities is called indifference curve. Let me make a table. First of all, before we go and make a table, we have some assumptions. Assumptions of IC. First, consumer should be rational. You should be rational. Second, consumer is capable of ranking. Ranking means, we're going to see that. Ranking means consumer should know that 2 is more than 1, 3 is more than 2, like that. I'm going to talk about it. What is ranking? Third, it's called theory of transitivity. Theory of what is theory of transitivity? Is A is equal to B and A is equal to C, then A got cancelled, is equal to C. It's called theory of transitivity. So these three assumptions, so the base of three assumptions, we'll do the other rest part of the IC curve. We'll see the table first. We call it IC schedule. Food, cloth, MRS. What is MRS? Marginal rate of substitution. I'll explain you what is this marginal rate of substitutions. So there are combinations, 4 combinations: A, B, C, D. Okay. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 12, 6, 4, 3. Now what is MRS? The rate at which one commodity get sacrificed to gain another commodity. So if you see, M stands for marginal. You know, I just told you that marginal you cannot calculate without having second conjunctions, right? Here A, so can I calculate marginal? MRS is marginal rate of substitution. Can I calculate marginal for first? No. Now you see, to get one food becomes second. One food now in combination A, now combination B, there's a 2 food. How much you added in 1 to get to 1? To get 1 food, cloth was how much? 12. Now become how much? 6. To get 1 food, the consumer is sacrificing 6 cloth. So 6 is what? It means gap between 12 and 6 is 6 cloth. This is called substituting. What to get? What is marginal? I told you to make the rate at which one commodity gets sacrificed to gain another commodity. So one commodity is gaining. Which one is gaining? Food is gaining, and cloth is getting less sacrificing, right? So to get 1 food, he sacrificed 6. Now for second, again 2 become 3. Added how much? 1. Now he could sacrifice only 2. Now 3 become 4. Again to get 1, 3, 4, 4, 3. The gap is 1. This is called marginal rate of substitution, the rate at which the consumer has sacrificed one commodity to get another commodity. Got it? If you could answer me. Okay. Now you see IC curve, indifferent curve diagram. Indifference curve diagram. Instead of goods X and Y, I can write it differently. So see here, if you see the table very carefully, the cloth is coming down, right? So cloth, anything, I drag this line down, this IC curve. So cloth is coming down and food is going up. So this, like this. You understand? So if somebody asks you what's the nature of IC curves, you will say downward sloping from left to right. Correct? You got it? Next question is properties. IC. First is IC is downward and convex. Cloth, food. So see here now, if you see the diagram, see the cloth is this. See the size of. They're asking IC curve is coming down because one is going. See, IC curve is coming down because you see the food is going up and cloth is coming down. So if you see cloth is coming down, food is going up. Cloth comes down, food goes up. So if that's a situation, in that case, the IC curve will fall down only. Correct? Now, why the convex to the origin? Because the goods are substitutes. They're not perfect substitute, but just substitutes. I did tell you yesterday what is substitutes and what is imperfect. Sorry, what is just substitutes and what is perfect substitutes. The C, the length. This is cloth. This is food. So see, the cloth is 12 and food is just 1. So I took that the food's the length is smaller and cloth length is bigger. But since the consumer is going through from one combination to another combination, the cloth is shortening and food is becoming bigger. Yes or no? If I add, I'll get convex. You understand? So why convex? Because of it was because of the rate at which convexity of the curve, it depends upon MRS, marginal rate substitution. The rate at which one commodity is you giving up to gain another commodity. So first property is done. First property, like IC curve coming downwards. Why? Because you see here in food is coming down, cloth is going down. Food is coming up, cloth is coming down. So if the cloth is coming down, food is going up. So downwards. Why convex? Convex because of MRS. MRS is the rate at which one commodity is getting. You gain one commodity and you lose another commodity. This is MRS. The first property is done. Now second. It's called IC map. What is IC map? Set of IC is IC map. Set of IC is IC map. Set of means more than one IC is IC map. And one more feature here, higher the IC, more satisfaction. Close IC. So IC map is okay. This is IC map. Why? Because IC map, because there are more than one IC. And I will tell you, the higher the IC, more the satisfaction. So which IC is far from origin? Higher means from origin. Origin means from O. From point O, if you see the IC, this is origin. IC3 is the the most far. So IC3 gives maximum satisfaction, then IC2 and then IC1. Which is closer is less, which is par is more. So second is like IC map, and IC map is what? Set of indifference curve. And when you make more than one IC curve, the IC which is far from origin going to give maximum satisfaction, and IC which is close to origin going to give less satisfaction or least satisfaction. So second is done. Second property. Third one, 2 IC. Never intersect. Each other. But the property says 2 IC can never intersect each other. Okay, so this here you have to apply theory of transitivity. Theory of transitivity means, as I told you, if A is equal to B and A is equal to C, then B is equal to C. So see here, as per the previous property, higher the IC, more the satisfaction. So this is IC1. IC1 should give less satisfaction, IC2 should give more satisfaction. But what is happening here? If you see that A is common, then A is equal to B and B is equal to C. Then if A is equal to B and B is equal to C, then B is equal to C. B is equal to C means IC1 and IC2 both give same satisfaction, equal. Is it possible? No. The 2 IC cannot give the same satisfaction. The IC which is far gives you more satisfaction, IC which is close gives you less satisfaction. That's the reason 2 ICs should never intersect each other. Fourth one, last one. IC will never touch either axis. It means the consumer cannot get satisfaction just by consuming just one commodity. Consumer has to consume at least more than one. But you can say 2. So if you see IC1 and IC2, then IC1, let's example, this is E2 and here E1. So IC1 touching at E1 at x-axis, it shows that when IC1 touching x-axis at point E1, it shows that the consumer can get satisfaction just by consuming commodity X, which is against the law of what? IC curve. IC curve say the consumer the same amount of satisfaction from different combination of 2 commodities. You understand? Same level of satisfaction from different combination of two commodities called IC curve. So if if the consumer is just consuming commodity X, same level of satisfaction from different combination of two commodities. But here the consumer is getting satisfaction just by consuming one commodity. Which one is that? For IC1 it's X. And if you go to IC2, consumer is getting satisfaction just by consuming Y commodity, which is against the law of IC curve, because IC curve says the consumer has to consume two commodity. So that's the reason IC curve should never intersect each other, touch either axis. It should be like this. It means some part of X, Y axis, or some part of X also, both commodity consumer is consuming. Now which ratio, that's up to the consumer, but he cannot say that he get full satisfaction just by consuming one commodity. You understand? So this property, four property does it. IC curve is downward sloping and convex. IC, higher the IC, more the satisfaction. Two IC never intersect each other, and IC will never touch the axis. Hope you understood this much. Any doubt? Please write me in case. Okay. Then it's called, there is exception. Exception to IC. Just give me 2 seconds. I'm coming.
Recording stopped.
Okay, so now this is called exception to IC curve. Sorry. Exception to IC curve. What is exception? Now in exception, we have two types of, yesterday we did PR. PR is price of related goods, right? Related goods. Related goods is substitutes and complementary. Substitute goods and complementary goods. So normally we have seen the IC curve is falling down from left to right and convex to the origin. But when it comes to substitutes and complementary, there are little change. Substitutes and complementary, the nature of IC curve changes. So in substitute also we have two types. Substitutes. One is called perfect substitute. Perfect and normal. Example. So normal is like tea and coffee. This is normal. Now say perfect. Like Tata Tea and Society Tea. They're perfect substitutes. Okay, so in case of exception, as I told you, the IC curves is downward sloping from left to right and convex to the origin. In case of both goods, substitutes and complementary, is going to be different. The IC curve will not look like normal IC curve in case of not just substitutes, perfect substitutes and complementary goods. So let's see how this works. Talk about substitute first. It's a perfect substitute, sorry. See, example, same example I take. And Society Tea. Okay, so both are perfect substitutes, both are tea only, the brands are different. TT, these brands are different, so they're very close. Perfect means extremely close goods. So here let's say consumer wanted 10 pieces of packets of tea, pouch or sachet, 10 pieces. So let's say if you took one from Tata Tea, how many you can take from Society Tea? 9? Yes or no? If you took 2, it's become 8, 3, 7, 4, 6. You understand? Ultimately, if you add all, it's going to be how much? 10. 10. 10. 10. Let's make it 1, 5 and 5. 10. So if you see here, like the Tata Tea is each time you adding 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. And in Society Tea is reducing 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. If I say what is MRS here? MRS. MRS is 1. What is MRS? The rate at which one commodity is getting gained, sacrificed to gain another commodity, right? G70 is the Tata 111 increasing, second. So what happens? Here is C. Example, this is Tata T, this is Society T. See the length exactly same. One is losing, one gaining. One is losing, one gaining. One is losing, one gaining. One is losing. Exactly with the same ratio. You see, and if we add, let me take a scale. See, so if the sacrifice and gain are exactly same, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, it means MRS is 1. Then instead of your IC normally coming down from left to right convex to the origin, it will be straight line coming downward. You understand? I'll make it proper. So in case of perfect substitutes, okay, do it with free hands.
Ashwini Personal, WhatsApp audio.
Okay, so in case of perfect substitutes, your IC is, so you can say goods Y, goods X, straight line, downward from left to right. You understand? So normally, as I told you, that normally IC curve comes downward from left to right, of course, but convex to the origin. It's not straight. But here in this case, if the goods are perfect substitutes, the IC curve will be downward sloping from left to right, straight line. This is for one. Now go for complementary. Complementary goods. Complementary means, let's say pen, ink, car, fuel, right shoe, left shoe. These are complementary. And there could be so many. So what shall be the look of IC curve in case of complementary goods? Let's go. Sorry. Let me take example of any. You can take example of right shoes and left shoes. So right shoe, and this is your left shoe. Now the person, the one who is buying shoe, can you say the right shoe is 8 number and left shoe is 9 number? No, right? Both has to be same length. So here, same length, or instead of length, I should say ratio. So the ratio is same. So the length, what do you see? So right shoes, left shoe, ratio same. So here L-shaped. How are you looking? L-shaped. Right? So as we have seen that normal supply curve, normal IC curve is downward sloping from left to right, and convex to the origin. But when goods are substitutes or complementary, in case of perfect substitutes, the IC curve becomes a straight line coming downward from left to right. In case of complementary, it's become a L-shaped curve. Okay, and L-shaped I told you because of what? Because of its same ratio. You cannot have a car engine, so we cannot put the car engine in airplane engine, airplane in the car engine, because with the ratio, because the size of the car and the size of the airplane are different. You have to be in proper ratio, otherwise things will not work. So right shoes, the length of both has the same ratio. If any, the right shoe is bigger than this left shoe, of course it will not work. Understand? One frame, let's say specs. One frame is bigger, one frame is smaller. Of course, it won't be comfortable. It will be uncomfortable for people to wear it. So when it comes to complementary goods, or we also known as joint demand or joint goods, if you buy one commodity, second commodity you have to buy in the same ratio. Understand me? So that it will work. So in case of complementary goods, the IC curve become L-shaped, which is not a normal characteristic or normal nature of IC curve. Understand? So in complementary goods and substitute goods, perfect substitute goods is a straight line, and in complementary goods it's a L-shaped. Hope you understood this. Next is your is budget line. Also called budget constraint or price line. Or budget constraint. Is a straight line that shows all the possible combinations of two goods, or it can be services as well. A consumer can buy with their given income, assuming prices are fixed. Okay, which you can say it's represent the maximum affordable combination of two goods. Maximum affordable combination of two goods. Like if I've given 100 rupees and 100 rupees, you have to buy two goods. As you know, then in IC curve, the consumer cannot get satisfaction just by consuming one commodity. So he has to consume two commodity, or she has to consume two commodity. So amount of money you have, and you have to spend that amount of money on two goods. And how many goods you can buy of A and B, example, if the goods name is A and B, depends upon the price of the commodity A and price of the commodity B. Understand me? It's a budget line. So let me give you one diagram and little more understanding of it. This is budget line, by the way. Diagram. Okay. This is your A and B. This is your budget line. Okay. You can say B. Yeah. So how many goods? Two goods. Goods Y and goods X. You can say budget line, you can write an equation, price of X into X plus price of Y into Y is equal to M. This can be budget line equation, right? So example, the price of commodity X is 10. You bought 100 of X plus price of commodity is Y. You bought hundreds of Y. So what is your M stand for money? Money budget. So this is your how much? 1000 plus this is your 500 is equal to how much your budget? 1500. Correct? So within this this 1500, how much money you will spend on how many goods, or how much goods you can buy for of let's say the Y, and how much of X? That depends on what? That depends on the price of X and price of Y. So one thing I want to tell you here, if you see the budget line A and B, I have written one line here. This is L below, sorry, low, and H is high. Now, if I ask you a simple question, how much amount of money, total amount of money, let's say if he has 1500, how much money he should spend, the consumer should spend to get a maximum satisfaction? If you spend anything below, okay, I'll just show. I'm waiting. Please copy and let me know. Just write it once you copied. Okay, budget line, also called price line or budget constraint, constraint, is a straight line that shows all the possible combinations of two goods a consumer can buy with their given income, assuming prices are fixed. Okay. So if you see this budget line here, AB is a budget line, correct? Y-axis I have taken goods Y, X-axis I have taken goods X. H is high, L is low. As I told you, the total budget, TB, I'm writing total budget. Total budget of consumer example, 1,500. If he has spent anything below 500, can he spend below 500? He can. 1,500, sorry. That I'm talking about the low. Means low is what? Below budget line. Budget line is AB, right? AB is the budget line. So if he has spent anything below AB, he can, but then his satisfaction will not be maximum satisfaction. You understand? Satisfaction, because it will be compromise. You know that the second chapter, I remember, you know, demand theory. Love demand is like, what is love demand? Like human wants are limited, sorry, unlimited. Human wants are unlimited. Resources to satisfy those wants are limited. So no matter how much money you have, you always have more demand than what you have. You always need more than what you have. So if you always need more than what you have, it means what? It means 1,500 rupees if you have, then you need more than 1,500, right? Because desires are unlimited, wants are unlimited. But you spent, let's say, only 1,000. It means 1,500 was even not enough. Even 1,500 was not enough. And in 1,500, you spent just 1,000 and 500 you saved. Example, I'm telling you. Now tell me, can I say that your satisfaction was maximum? Of course not. Satisfaction cannot be maximum because here you have compromised. So the L, that line which is below the budget line AB, L is a low. Low means he can spend this much, but his satisfaction will not be 100%. He will be compromising. He'll be compromising. You understand? Now come to H. So L, he can, but he should not be. He can. Of course, he can spend less than 1,500, but he should not be, because if he spends less than 1,600, 1,500, his satisfaction will be, he'll be undersatisfied, I mean. Now H is high. High shows that what? It's more than 1,500. If he has a 1,500 example, can he spend more than 1,500? How? It's not possible. So here on H, he can't go. He can't go. And L, he should not. Should not go. He can't and he should not. Then where he shall be? He shall be on budget 9. You understand? It means whatever amount of money he has, this budget line shows how much? 1,500. Below is under satisfaction, above is not possible for him. So best thing, like, he should be on the budget line, that is A and B. Whatever amount of money he has, he should spend that much money, and to get maximum satisfaction out of it. Okay, understood? Now the last question of this unit. is consumers equilibrium. So consumers equilibrium, I'll tell you something. As I told you, like this is a budget line. This is budget line. This is even, you can say this is money, right? So I'm just assuming that each 1,500 money is spending. So each rupees, this example, this is rupees. Each rupees, 1 rupee is equal to 1 utils, which means satisfaction. Example, you understand? So if the consumer has is 1 rupees, he can buy, spending 1 rupees he can buy 1 utils, then 1,500 rupees, how many utils he can buy? Very simple, 1,500 should be 1,500, right? So consumer's equilibrium is when his utility and his money equates. This is the point of equilibrium. And you know that utils means what? This, what, IC curve. It denotes satisfaction, right? This denotes satisfaction, and this denotes money capacity, budget. So when the place where these two lines intersects or tangent, this become a point of consumer's equilibrium. Means at this point, whatever amount of money consumer has, he has spent all, and the satisfaction of what, in satisfaction what he is getting at this point, the maximum satisfaction consumer can expect to get in a given amount of money. So let me draw one diagram for you. Diagram. puts y this is your budget line A and B. Now we'll go for IC curve. The IC curve, right? So IC1, this is the point of intersection. You can say this is y, y, and ox. This is the point of equilibrium. So see, so the consumer, see IC1, I've just write it, IC1 gives you satisfaction, or you can say utility or utils, like some 500 utils you get on. Here you get utils, it's a 2000, which is, this is your L budget, this is your H. Here you get utils 1500. It means you are on the budget line. So when the consumer has a budget line of AB, then at IC2 and AB, when IC2 tangent at point E, that is the best point for consumer, that he can get a maximum satisfaction. Yeah, that's getting maximum. So it's the best point for consumer E, because IC3 is not reachable, IC1 he should not be, then IC2 and AB intersection point E, that's the best point where consumer can buy OY of A and OX of B commodity, sorry, OY of commodity Y and OX of commodity X. If he's consuming OY of X, OY of Y, OX of X, then his satisfaction will be on peak, and that is a point of equilibrium for the consumer. And we could finish this entire, let's say, this section of, entire units. Hope you understood. Okay. So after this, we'll go for next chapter, which is supply. Unit 3. So we go for meaning of supply first. The amount of commodity which a seller is able the amount with which a seller is able and willing to supply at a particular price and at a given point of time. So the amount of commodity which a seller is able and willing to supply at a particular price and at a particular point of time is called supply. Now you see there are some very the words I have marked: amount, able, willing, price, and time. So as I told you yesterday about the demand, same goes with it. So when you write a sentence of supply, you should mention all these 5 keywords, and then technically your supply meaning is supply sentence is correct. That is amount, able, willing, price, and time. If all the 5 words are there, it means technically your supply line is supply sentence is absolutely correct. Now I want to ask you something here. Supply happens from this stock, right? Like when you, let's say you run a store. When you run a store, you want to supply. So when supply will happen from where? Stock you have. So can I write this way? Your stock is more than supply. Yes, it can be. So if the stock is, let's say, 500 units, can you supply 400? Yes, because the stock is more, the supply, this is correct. Now stock is less than supply. Stock is for 400 and you're supplying how much? 500. Is possible? No. Correct. Now stock equal to supply. 500 is equal to 500. This can be done. This thing is called the seller is able. What? Able. Able means suppose the seller, this here is seller is not able. It's not able. He has only 400, you're asking for 500. How he can supply? He's not able. In first situation he's able, in last situation he's able. So first of all, if supply has to happen, he should be able. So first of all, what is the meaning of the amount of commodity? Amount, of course, what if he is ready to supply, he will supply some amount, 1 kg, half kg, 2 kg, tons, whatever. First of all, amount is there. then he should be able means he should have that much of commodity. Then should be able and will means, let's say if he sells, it's called in we call it reservation price. Which price? Reservation price. If the supplier has reservation price, means the price below which the supplier will not sell his commodity. That's a reservation price. The price at which, below which supplier will not supply. So let's say reservation price is 100 and somebody offering him $70. Probably he is not willing to supply. So that if he's not willing to supply not happen. First of all, if his supply has to be some amount, of course, he should be able I told you. Will, I mean reservation price, will means he should be agree with the price what you're paying. Willingness. Then, of course, when you sell a commodity, there has to, if he's willing, if somebody is offering 100 and he's agreed, then of course there's some price. Of course, so there has to be some price because the supplier he is expecting some price for that. And last one, will, price and time. The supply will be happening when? Whenever he'll supply, there's some time, right? Sometimes it's 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock for 1 month, 2 weeks, 1 year. Of course, whenever he's supplying, there has to be some time. Amount, able, willing, price and time. If the 5 words are there, it means technically your supply is absolutely correct. Hope you understood. Now we go for the law of supply, which is just opposite to law of Can give away home, Alfred Marshall. Now what is law of supply? Price increase, supply increase. Price decrease, supply decrease. Other things remain same or constant. Okay, so here's this opposite to law of demand. If you see the movement, supply, price goes up, supply goes up, price falls down, supply falls down. You understand? The movement is happening in the same direction. So in supply, in demand, the price and demand has opposite relation or negative relation or inverse relation. Here it's positive, okay, or direct relation between price and supply. Okay, If I make one table for supply, law of supply schedule. So this is your price. This is your quantity supply. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Price is going to, this supply is price up, supply up, price down, supply, right? So you can say 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Since price is going up, supply is also going up. So if I put in table, I mean diagram, one, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is your price quantity. 5, 6, 7, 9. Like this. Price 1 is 5. Price increasing. Like that. So if you see S and S1, this supply line. So supply, how supply line looks like? Upward movement from left to understand? This is your supply curve. Now, as we have done in demand, there are so many factors which affect demand. Same way here in supply, there are so many factors which affect supply. So we're going to see the factors which affect supply. Exactly the same factors which affect demand will affect supply as well. So we'll see it. Okay, first in C. Positive means, see, when the price goes, let's say if you're a supplier, supply means you are a seller. But being a seller, would you not like to supply more when the price of the product is high? Because when the price of the product is high, you expect that you are going to get more profits. You understand? So when price goes up, suppliers like to supply more. It means, see, when the arrow price goes up, supply goes up. If both the arrow goes in opposite same direction, it's called positive or direct. Sam? And price falls down, supply will supply less because you expect the profit margin will fall down. This is, so both are again moving in the same direction. We don't call it negative. For negative, it should be opposite. One go up, one comes down. But here, the arrow movement is exactly in the same direction. If it is going up, both are going up. It's coming down, both are coming down. So positive or direct. Got it? Okay. So we have the next question. By 10, we'll go for break. Factors affecting supply. So supply is a function of P, PR, T, G, E, and O. Sorry, they are not exact. The names look same, but little difference. I'll just write it. P means P, price. PR means price related. T for technology. G here for, in demand, it was not there. G was not there. So you should say government policy. E means expectation, future expectation. O means other factors. Sam? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 factors, 7 factors that all these affect demand. Sorry, supply. Let's talk about a few first. Last one, then go for break. Let's example, price. Price, you know, law of supply. What's that? Price goes up, demand 3. Supply goes up, price falls down, supply falls down. This is done. The price of related PR. One is substitutes. Let's say again the same substitute. Tea, coffee, 10 rupees, 10 rupees. Okay. Now see, if the price of tea increases to 10 to 15, what shall happen to supply? What shall happen to supply of coffee? Coffee supply will fall down because less price, less demand, and the tea supply will. You understand? Because this in here it's behaved opposite than demand. Then go for complementary. 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 car fuel. The car price increase, supply increase, then of course the supply of fuel will also increase, because the car supply is increasing, then of course in supply increasing, people are buying, that's why the supply is increasing. If the people are buying some cars, of course the fuel supply has to increase, because you cannot run a car without fuel. Okay, hope you understood this much. Now you guys are going for the break, and after break we'll meet. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Okay, so question we were doing was factors affecting supply, right? We could do the first one, that's the price, and then the price of related goods. Price of related goods is substitutes as well as complementary. I'll go for the next one. Is PF. If I have not given you last time, but probably I have missed it, please write this as well. Instead, PF is factors of production. What's that? You know, to produce anything, you need factors. You understand? You need factors. Now, so the things what you need to produce anything, that's called factors. And majorly, we have 4 factors of production. That is, we call it FOP, short. And labor, water bottle stuff, and labor, capital, and entrepreneur. Okay, these are called factors of production. Pay very good attention. Factors of production, let's say you give land, the landowner get rent, labor get salary or wages, capital get interest. Capital means the money what you invest in business, and entrepreneurs get profit. Pi is the sign of profit. Okay. So when a manufacturer plans to produce something, he has to arrange, or she has to arrange, all these factors of production. Let's say he has rented a land. For land rent, he has to pay something. Let's example, I'm putting very simple, 2 rupees a rent, 2 rupees a salary, 2 rupees a interest, 2 rupees a profit. We add all 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 twos are 8. This 8 is nothing, we call it cost of production. Cost of production. Okay. 8 rupees is of cost of production. Now, you know law of supply, right? Law of supply is price is high, supply is high, price is low, supply is low. Correct? Let's see what happens. Let me tell you something. You know this concept called inflation. Inflation means by the passing of time, goods become expensive. So this was, take the example, the company was producing any commodity and the cost of production was how much? 8. And by the passing of time, The rent increase, the labor salary increase, the interest increase, and of course profit as well. So now it's become 444 example. 44. How much is 16? Double. Now if you look at the law of supply, price is 8, cost of production is 8, and price or cost of production is 16. At which price supply should be more? Of course at 16, because if price is more, the businessman want to supply more because he is expecting to make more profits. Here supply will be less compared to this price, because businessman is expecting that when price is high, is expecting that the profit margin is also high. The profit margin also high, that's the reason he wants to supply more at high price. But profit margin, so he would like to supply more when he makes more profit, but if cost goes up, understand? If cost goes up, it makes goods less profitable, because you know what happens when cost increases, you cannot pass on all the increased cost on customer, because customer may start looking for some other products. You understanding me? So if the cost of production increases, you cannot pass on all the increased cost on the products and expecting customer to pay you. If that's the case, then customer may start looking for some other brands or other commodities, and you may lose the business. So what happens when cost increases, the profit margin reduces. Understand? When profit margin reduces, even at high price, this supply will be low. You understand? Supply will be low even at high price, because high price here, company is not getting profit. This 8 becomes 16 because of cost, not because of profit has increased from 8 to 16. The cost is very expensive. Goods making cost become expensive. Making cost is expensive, and if you are forwarding all the burden on customer's shoulder, customer may not buy. And that's the reason even here, when the price of the commodity is high, sellers are not willing to sell more, because here their profit margin is low. So what is saying, FPF means if the cost of production goes up, even at high price, supply will be low. That is the third one. Next is called technology. Very simple. Orthodox and modern technology. What means old technology? So let's say you're running a company and using the very older technology, machines. So what shall be the supply? Supply shall low, right? Not fast. Modern technology, supply shall high. Very simple, correct? The technology also decides the supply of the products. Next point is government policy. See, there are government policies it's like different countries, I mean, let's talk about India. Indian government has different policies and with different countries. So if the government has a very easy business policy with any country, what you will expect? you'll expect that the supply of our products in that particular country is high and supply of their products in our country is also high. Understand? It can be just one side also. It may not necessary. It can be one side also. It's like, let's say China. We buy lots of goods from China. Last quarter we bought goods worth rupees 76 billion United States dollars, which is big money. But when it comes to exporting goods to China, we don't export that much goods. We import more. Why import more? Because of government policy. Government has such a policy that we can buy goods from China. Otherwise, how would you buy? It means government policy is tight towards any country. Let's example Pakistan. We don't buy. They don't have much things also, but we don't buy much goods from Pakistan. Why? Because the government policy is tough and tight towards Pakistan and easy towards China. So government policy also decide which kinds of goods will be there in the market. Supply will be more or supply will be less. If policy is very tough, then you may not get the. This is one thing. Second, this is one policy, foreign policy. Sometimes government policy for domestic means inside the country. You know, there's subsidies and all, and taxes. The government gives lots of subsidies. Subsidy means benefits to the producers. When government gives benefits to the producers, so what happens? If government gives benefits to the producers, the cost of production comes down. If the cost of production comes down, the profit margin goes up. The profit margin goes up, supply of the particular product will go up. If tax is high, profit margin comes down. Profit margin comes down, then the output of the product or supply of the product will go down. So this also depends on government policy that supply of the particular product will be high or low. In national, international. So let's go for national. Subsidies high. If subsidy is high, supply is high. If tax is high, supply is. And opposite, if subsidy is low, supply is low, tax is low, supply is high. You understand? Any doubt? Okay. It's called future expectations. Next is. Let's say your supplier, price of the product is $100 and you are supplying what? 500 units. Okay, that's a condition right now. Now the new price has increased, let's say it's become $200. Now tell me, should we have increased the supply? Of course, supply should have increased because what's the law of supply? The more price, more supply, less price, less supply. But here, supply at price supply may not go up when the price has increased from 100 to 200. Why? Because you're expecting that if the supplier will wait for some more days, the price is going to be 400. You understand? Now tell me, if you're a supplier, yesterday price was 100, Now the price is 200. As per law of supply, supply should have increased, right? But supply is not increasing because you are expecting that after 1 week the price is going to be 400. So being a supplier, which is good, better for you, you should supply at 400 or you should supply at 200. So even the price is increasing from 100 to 200, supply is not increasing because you're thinking, you are expecting the future price will go up. If the future expectation that the price will go up today, supply is low. If future expectation that price will go down today, supply will be high. This is how things works. Hope you understood. Okay, last one. Other factors. Let's take example, other factor, there could be many. Take one example of infrastructure. Now infrastructure is, let's say in a country, infrastructure is road, dams, electricity, transportation. These are our infrastructures. Let's say in a country where you're doing business, you're producing in a factory, but the infrastructure is so poor that your products are not reaching on time in the factory. So from factory in the market. Now tell me, even the supply is high and infrastructure is poor, can you expect supply to increase? No. You understand? If you are producing but goods are not reaching in the market on time, of course, can you say supply is happening? Of course not. Supply is not happening. If supply has to happen, even the goods are being produced in very good quantity, but if the infrastructure is not very good, then goods will not get supplied. So there's so many government policy, in fact, there's so many factors which affect suppliers. Hope you understood. We finished all this one. You understand? Then we have individual, and So price going up, supply is also going up, right? This is individual supply curve that we have done before. Got it? Individual supply curve, single seller, yes. Market supply curve. Like how we had individual demand schedule and market demand schedule, if you remember. This is the price. Suppliers. A and B. Total market supply. One, two, three, four, five. 10, 12, 13, 14. 6, 7, 9, 10. Add it. Total market supply. 16. See what is happening. If you see both the supplier behaving very consistently, because when the price of the commodity increasing, supplier A also or supplier B also both are decreasing, both are increasing the supply. It means they are following the law of supply. Simple, right? Law of supply says price goes up, demand, the supply also goes up. If I put the table, the diagram will not make, in diagram there won't be any difference. This number will change. So I'm not writing number here. We have done the same question, similar question many times. So individual supply and market supply. Got it? Could you understand? Then it's exception. Normal law of supply is what? Price high, supply high, price low. Other things remains constant. That is a law. In exception, it will be opposite. Price high, supply low, price low. It's exception to law of supply with nothing but just if demand become exception, it becomes supply. If supply become exception, it's become demand. It start behaving like a demand. So again, say there's a price. So if I put it in table diagram, sorry, is exception. Got it? This is exception to law of supply where the supply is behaving like demand. Correct? I'll go for movement. A movement we have two types: expansion, contraction. Happens because of price. Okay. If supply has to expand, what will happen to price? See the law of supply. What is law of supply? Price up, price low. Okay, this is law of supply. If the expansion in supply has to happen, if supply has to increase, what shall happen to price? Price shall increase. Now expansion has to happen. Make expansion, supply shall go right side, the price shall increase. P become P1, sorry, P to P1, Q to Q1. Jaggery, sugar नहीं, jaggery, गुड़, चलो शुगर नहीं जैगरी देने को रहता होगा. So expansion in supply has to happen, the price will increase. Contraction because of price, what is supply? What's the price? OQ. What is supply? OS. Okay, sorry. OP is the price. OQ is quantity supply. Now its supply has to contract, supply has to reduce, price has to fall. Price is falling, quantity supply is also coming. Contraction. Okay, this is called movement in supply. This happened because of price. Now we'll go for change in supply. Change in supply happens not because of price, because of other factors. That's called change in supply. The price of the product will not change, but supply will increase and supply will decrease. This original supply. This is y x. The supply will increase, but price remains same. Q1. Okay. Price is same, but supply increase. Now price remains same, but supply will decrease. Price is OP, which is not changing. Same. So price will change, but exactly we have done the same thing in demand, where the price is not changing, but demand is increasing and decreasing. And here same thing, like if you see this, if you just see the difference in demand and supply, the supply line is just going upward, and demand line was going were coming down. That's the only difference between the change in supply and change in demand. Otherwise the concepts are exactly same. Now this much we have done, so we are finishing almost. There's a little left. Types of elasticity of supply. Same like demand, just perfectly elastic. Relative elastic. Unitary elastic. Exactly same like we have done in where demand. Perfectly elastic is there we had little ed, here es. The supply is equal to 0. Sorry. Infinity. Price, no change in price, but a small change in price can change the supply a lot. Perfectly inelastic, es is equal to 0. Relative elastic, es is more than 1. ES is less than 1. ES is equal to understand? This is a supply. It's the same thing, same idea, exactly same. Just insert supply, demand, you just put the supply. The same formula yesterday I have given formula. Apply the same formula. Just instead of demand, just write supply. Now we had point method to calculate point or geometric method to calculate elasticity of demand. Here also we have point or geometric method to calculate elasticity of supply. See, elasticity of supply. Here in demand we had calculated 5 types: more than 1, less than 1, equal to 1, of 0, 0 and infinity. But here we have only 3. ES 1, ES is equal to 1, this is unitary, less than 1 relative inelastic supply, more than 1 relative elastic supply. 3. For 3 we have diagrams. The formula is, there is a formula as well. Intercepts on x-axis by quantity supply. Y price now see, what's the formula? Intercept. The intercepts are happening at Q, right? Intercept means OQ. Intercept is OQ by quantity supply. Quantity supply is also OQ. Interception means the place where X is getting intercepted. So OQ by OQ. How much? This means this diagram tells you E is equal to got it. Now this will be unitary. I'll go for another one, relative inelastic. ES is less than A, Q, and S. Price as usual. Quantity supply. Now they have the formulas. Intercept is what? See, interception is this and this. So interception is AQ. My quantity is OQ. Now see, which length is bigger? AQ is bigger or OQ is bigger? Of course, OQ is bigger, so AQ is small. 10 by 20. 0.5. 0.5 is what? Is it less than 1 or more than 1? It is less than. This is relative inelastic. Okay. So we could do relative inelastic as well. Next is relative elastic. Elastic supply. So this is your price y-axis. Y. This is T. Formula is intercept on X. Intercept is this and this. TQ by quantity supply OQ. Intercept is bigger, TQ is smaller, 2. S is more than 1. Relative elastic. Understand? All these three is what? This is your point method or geometric method of calculating price elasticity of supply. Now, there in demand, we have done what? Arc elasticity, if you remember. Now here, arc elasticity of demand. Here we have arc elasticity of supply. Next is of supply. What is arc? Change in supply over the period of time. In demand, it was change in demand over the period of time. Here, change in supply over the period of time. Y X. You can make it E and E1. E S P S1. Price going up, supply is also going up. This is your price, quantity, this arc necessity of. You understand? This exactly is just opposite of what say the demand. Rest all the concepts, everything is exactly same. Last question for this unit. Equilibrium price. How we fix the price for the commodity. Equilibrium price.
Right side.
Who fixes the price? How the price get fixed? It's called forces of demand and supply fixes the price of the commodity. So let's go for table first. So demand and supply, how much is demand, how much is supply, that fixes the price of the commodity. So let's go for the table first. This is a price. This is demand. This is your supply. This effect on price. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is price. Demand is, let's say, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. Supply is 500, 400, 300, 100. So see, when the price is very high, demand is low. When price is very high, demand is very high. You know that price and demand has opposite relation. Price and supply has direct relation. Price going down, supply is going down. See, the price going down, supply is also going down, and price going down, and demand going up, because demand and price has opposite relation. Demand and supply has positive relation. Understand? Now see, it's very simple idea that when demand is just 100 and supply is 500, anytime when supply is more than demand, the price will be low. So we can say price, effect on price. Price is downward. Downward means low price. Price will fall, I mean. Downward. Okay. Same thing. Here, price and demand and supply are both equal. We call it point of equilibrium. Now here, Price is, demand is more, supply is less. Price goes up, it's called upward. This is also upward. You understand? Same thing if I put by the means of diagram. So see, if this is how price get fixed. The demand is more. If demand is more, supply is less, price go up. You see, in this case 400, 300, demand is more, supply is less, so price go up. Demand and supply both are equal, price is equilibrium. And for when price is 5 and 4, in both the cases supply is more than demand, then price will be less. If I put the same thing in a diagram, this is your demand, supply, X, Y, Q. This is a point of, you can take a price, this is a quantity. So price would be how much? OP. Why? Because at this point of equilibrium where the demand and supply is matching, here your demand and supply both become equal, right? And what was the demand and supply? 300 was demand unit, 300 was supply, and price was also 3. This price is the bestest price where no consumer is getting exploited and no supplier is getting exploited. If anything more than that or less than that, either the supplier will get exploited or the consumer will get exploited. So both the cases there will be a problem. So here, when the demand is 300, supply is 300, price is 3, that's the best price where consumers and buyers both are happy. You understand? This is also an end of this unit. We could finish this unit. The first unit is over, second unit is over. So now we'll go for the third. We're going to finish the first chapter, second chapter. Now we'll go for third one, which is called theory of production and cost. Now the question comes, what is production? Production is like, see, we call it, whenever you do production, first of all, there should be input, right? So input, on input we do process, and then comes out, what comes out? Output. In short, we can call it, we call it production. Production function. In a process, what we do? We add values or value addition. So whenever we put the products, like say we have input and we do process on input, what you do? We add values in it. Understand? Value means, let's say if you eat wheat, raw wheat, and if you eat bread which is made out of wheat, are the same, or they taste differently? Are the same, or they give you same? Do they give you same satisfaction or different satisfaction? Of course, the bread will give you more satisfaction than wheat, than the raw wheat, correct? So when raw wheat got into process and converted into bread, it means what we did, we added values in it. Values on what? Wheat became flour, flour became bread, and the bread is giving. So process means nothing but value addition. You're sitting on the chair, let's say the bench, the chair which is made up of wood. Like if you've been asked to sit on the raw wood, it will be quite difficult. But the carpenter chopped the tree and chiseled it and made them shape, and is very, very comfortable now. So when he did process on input, process means he added values, more value addition, more comfortability. That's the reason any product which goes through many processes fetch more prices, because more prices means what? More prices means more value addition. More value addition means more. Okay. Which one talk about Niranjana? Which one talk about how can you predict it may increase or decrease? We expect more increase, right? I could not understand what you're saying. I'll fix the board, the black, you said, black frame. Sorry, I read your message lately, so. Would you write me again what exactly, which question we're talking about? Yeah, please do let me know which question to talk about. Not able to say. I mean, I could not answer. How can you predict it may increase or decrease? We expect more increase. What was that? Which question? In which question we're talking about? About which question? I'm waiting for if you can rewrite the question and send it to me again. Okay, no worry, I'm waiting. Oh, black हो गया. फिर क्या आता है वो उधर बार बार आता है. Okay. I guess we are talking about the last, I mean, oh, you forgot. Okay, no worries. Like, so we can write me back again because I'll be here till today by 1 o'clock. And if not, then tomorrow morning, once I start the lecture, please do let me know. Meanwhile, you can check that which question we are talking about. Okay? Shall I proceed further? So, as I said, like input, when we process an input, we get output. That is what production process. And what do we mean by process? Process means we add values. Some of the examples I have given, right? So when you go for many process on the products, more process means more value addition means more satisfaction means more money. That's the reason the most complex machine you buy, you pay a lot. But you buy a very basic machine, you pay less. What do you mean basic? Basic means they have done less process on it. The sophistication is less, right? The features are less. When you add more values, then value addition means more features, more facilities. Of course, it will be expensive. So this is a simply the production function. So now, or we can say, you know, we discussed yesterday about utility. Utility is nothing but what? Satisfaction. Utility is satisfaction. So when you add values, why you add value? Because you want to create a utility. Utility means more value, right? So more value addition happens, more satisfaction, utility, both are same, correct? So we'll see there are different ways you can add values to the products, okay? All right. I mean, utility may be created, means values can be created. Utility can be created. How? There are some ways. Let's example some types. One is called form utility. What is form utility? When you change the form of something, take example of cotton, raw cotton into fabric. So now tell me which is more important. Cotton, can you just, let's, we wear t-shirts, we wear shirts. So raw cotton is more valuable or fabric, that means the cloth, of course cloth. So when you convert raw cotton into fabric, this is nothing but production. And what we did, we added utility. Utility means value. We added values in the cotton, and then it's being converted into fabric. Then sugar cane. Sugar cane into sugar, right? Like sugar cane and sugar, which has more value? I mean, which is easy and which is more valuable? Of course, sugar. So sugar cane is a, what's say the, okay, I got that is a from future expectations. Okay, let me explain and I'll come back to you. I got you. So sugar cane, when you do process on sugar cane and convert it into sugar, of course sugar is more valuable than sugar cane. There's so many example of leather into shoes. Leather got converted to shoes. So all these things is called form utility. When you change the form of the products, raw wood got converted into furniture, wood into furniture. So all this called a form utility. When you change the form of certain products, when you change the form, the utility can be increased by changing the form. Changing the form is nothing but a process. Process is nothing but value addition. You understand? So, well, so this is called form utility. Let me explain you this, what's the future expectations. Let's say you are a seller. There could be you can be expecting two things. FE means future expectation, okay? That price, two things or three things. Price remains same. Price may increase in future and price may decrease in future, right? Three possibilities are there. When you're a seller selling any products, you're selling at $100 or 100 rupees. Okay, the price is going to be same for maybe next month, 2 months or a year, or it may increase or it may decrease, correct? If it remains same, then no problem. But if it's increasing and or decreasing, then the behavior of the seller would change. Now how? Let me tell you. Let's say today is 11th of December, correct? The price of the product is 200. And seller was supplying whatever amount. Let's example, supply was 1000 units. Price was 200 and supply was 200. This is 1000 units. This is on 11th of December. Now what if he's expecting, he got to know that, hey, price may go up, because you know there are so many demand and supply mismatch keep happening. He got a news that since the supply of the product is becoming less, this product is less in the market. So if supply is less and demand is more, price will go up, right? So he's supplying 1000 units today at 200. He's expecting that tomorrow, 12th of December 2025, the price will go up and price will going to be 400. That is his news. Today only he got a news. He is selling it, but afternoon or morning he got a news that, oh, tomorrow is going to 400. Now tell me, I'm asking Niranjan, would you like to wait for tomorrow and sell at 400, or you will still sell your product at 200 and don't wait for tomorrow? You'll wait or you don't wait. Just write me wait or you don't, or you will not wait. Okay, but see, I'll tell you something. let's say you are a business person and the intention of the business person is to what? To make huge money, right? As much as profit is possible. So if you sell today, let's say you have a 5,000 units of stocks. Out of 5,000 units of stock, 1,000 units of stocks you have already sold today. And per unit you sold at 200. Exactly. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I told you. If today you have a 5,000 units of commodity and out of 5,000, 1,000 units of commodity you have already sold at 200 rupees per unit. But you got information in the middle of the day that the price of the same product which you sell today at 200 going to be 400 tomorrow. So will you still sell all the 5,000 out of 5,000, 1,000 you have already sold? Now you're left with 4,000. So will you still sell that 4,000 at 200, or if new customer comes you will say no, I don't have products, and wait for tomorrow because you are 100% sure that tomorrow it's going to be 400. So it's better to sell at 400 and wait for tomorrow. Yes, exactly. You'll wait for tomorrow. That's what I'm saying. Now see what is happening. So yeah, the future expectation. So if tomorrow price will go up, then supply will reduce today, correct? Sorry, demand, no, supply. If you are sure that tomorrow the price will go up, then today supply will come down, and supply will go up tomorrow. Today it will be low, and opposite, vice versa. If you are expecting that price will go down tomorrow, you are selling at 200 and price will go, let's say 150 tomorrow, then supply will increase today because you don't want to wait for tomorrow and sell the same product at 150 whereas you can get 200 today. If price will increase in future, then supply will be less today. If price will decrease in future, then supply will increase today. That's how future expectation works. Shall I proceed further, or you need more explanation or any question? Okay. So I was talking about the form utility. Understood the form utility? When you change the form of certain products, its value increases. That is called form utility. Then first is done. Second is called place utility. When you change the place, utility can be created. Take example of your village. In a village, there are, let's say in your village, you have a huge number, big land in which you have mango trees. You have mango trees, and in that whole area, let's say the 100-kilometer area, you have the largest amount of numbers of mango trees, and of course mango trees means mangoes. But since it's so big farm you have, but the people in their villages numbers are people's number in the village are less. Not, let's example, just 2,000 people lives, but you produce millions and millions of tons of what say the mango. But tell me, in your area, in that area, nearby your area, the price of the mango will be expensive or it will be cheaper? What it would be in your area? No. It's, of course, mango has a season. Most of the mango has a season. So if supply of mango is too much, it means supply of mango cannot happen too much without season. It means it's understood that it's a mango season. You understand me? In a mango season, supply of mango will happen too much. Without season, how come? So price will be low because in your area the supply of mango is too much compared with demand of the mango. So what to do? When I say the price of the mango is low, it means the utility is low. Because when you buy a phone, iPhone, you buy normal Android phone. So an Android phone is what? Yes, of course, price is low. Perfect. So the Android phone is cheaper and iPhone is expensive. Reason is what? Android phone will not give you that security, that look, that safety, or the smoothness what iPhone gives you, right? So an iPhone gives you more utility, more satisfaction. That's the reason you pay more price. Simple. So and the Android phone is cheaper because the utility is low, the satisfaction is low. So whenever anything which is more in supply than demand, what happens? The value of that commodity, the commodity which is more in supply, falls down. That what exactly happening in your village, where the price of the mango has come down, not because the mango is not good. Mango is fantastic, very delicious mango. But the problem is supply of the mango is too much and demand is less compared to the supply. Now it means in your area the utility, it's not like the mango has no utility, people love eating, but since it's too much, not so utility, not very high utility. That's the reason you pay less price for the mango. Now what you do, you change the place. Now let's example, let's this happen in Karnataka. Let's go to a state like Rajasthan example. Imagine that Rajasthan has very less mango and people are more, they want to eat. So the same mango, the mango what you what you have in Karnataka, same mango price in Rajasthan is very, very high because supply is less, demand is more. Now in Karnataka, the same mango has very less utility. You do one thing, just place utility. You just create place utility. What you do, the surplus mango what you have in Karnataka, just load it and go to Rajasthan and sell it. You see, the same mango which price is very low in your area, Karnataka, you will be getting very, very high price for the same mango in Rajasthan. What did you did? You just change the place of the products, and that's how utility got created. More utility, because there is in Rajasthan the supply of mango was less. This is how when you change the place, utility can be more or less. Some utility can be created. Hope you understood this. So change place and create utility. Third is time utility. What is time utility? You see, the same product, two different times, and utility is also different. Utility means, the value. Take example of umbrella. Umbrella before rain and during rain. Before rain, what's the utility of umbrella? Probably, I should not say zero. Some people still use umbrella for for UV protection, I mean for sun rays, but very less people use it. But may not be in the Bangalore, maybe some North Indian states where the summer is very hot. Otherwise, there's no much use of umbrella. The same umbrella before rain has almost no utility, almost. But during rain, the utility increases. See, time has changed. The same product, or before rain, there's no utility, or sorry, very less utility. And same products, the time had changed, utility has also increased. This is time utility. Hope you understood. The first was form utility. When you change the form of the products, you create utility. Then it's called place utility. When you change the place of the products, at one place, same product may have less utility. At another place, same product may have more utility. So you change the place and you create utility. Let's go time utility, as I told you. Umbrella, rain sheeter, right? Ice cream in summer and winter. Of course, like in winter, you don't feel like having lots of ice cream, but in summer, it increases. So same products may have different utility at different times. This is the third. The fourth one is the last one. It's called service utility. When you give service, you create utility, right? Let's example, there's an actor or professor or doctor. Let's example a doctor. He's walking by you. You don't know. Or even if you know he's a doctor, no utility because you are perfectly healthy. Nothing has happened to you. So that man is as common as somebody else, right? But the same doctor, when you, God bless everybody, but in case you fell sick, maybe fever, and now you're going to the doctor. Now tell me, the person you met, the same person you met yesterday, was he so important for you? No, it was very normal guy. Somebody is like anybody else. But now you fell sick. The same guy become very much valuable. Why? Because now he giving you service. Lawyers, doctors, professors, engineers, actors. The service providers mostly all the service providers, they become more valuable when they give their service. When they don't give service, they are like normal human being, like actor. When actor is not acting, he's like a normal guy. But when actors start acting, now his utility increases, his values increases. Doctors is a normal guy. When a doctors give you services, his value increases. You understand? Service example, a doctor, lawyers, professors, actors. Understand? We saw form utility, place utility, time utility, and service utility. Hope you understood it. Now we'll have 10 minutes. We'll take one more question. So hope you understood all this point, the point what I have discussed with. If you could recall, I did tell you some time back about factors of production, FOP, right? That when production, you need production, you have to have factors of production. Without factors of production, you cannot produce anything, right? So factors, and how many factors of production we have? We have 4 factors of production. We have land, we have labor, we have capital, we have entrepreneur, the 4 factors. Being a business person, when you hire land, when you take a land on the rent, hire labor, capital means money on the bank, and of course when you're doing business, you're expecting everything, right? I mean, you're expecting return because you're doing business. There is no return, I mean profit. So first of all, let me write it this way. Land we denote like this: land by L bar, labor by L, not bar, capital by K, not C, and entrepreneur by E. Okay. For entrepreneur, we can also say enterprises. Entrepreneur, enterprise, or organization, all the same thing. While land has a bar, because land is limited. Limited means land supply cannot be increased by people, human. Understand? But labor supply can be decreased. So anything which has a bar, it is fixed. So land is fixed. Land of supply of land is fixed. Land, labor, capital, entrepreneur. Correct? So here we're going to see all the factors of production in detail. What is land, what is labor, according to economics. Okay, hope you understand. Now go for land first, then you can wind up. Land means on the earth, above earth, and under the earth, beneath you. Or you can say below the earth. Below the earth. Okay, so let's see on the earth. Okay, everything what is on the earth, what you see on the earth, you see soil, you see forest, you see ocean, right? Rivers, you see mountains. These all are on the earth. On the earth, everything, this is land, okay, in economics. Now above the earth is also land. Climate, I mean weather, sunshine, rain, etc. And below the earth, below is what? You have minerals, etc. So these are land. So normally what happens when somebody asks, you ask what is land? So normally you say land means something which is just soil. This is what first things comes in our mind. But in economics way, land is just not soil. Land means on, above, and under the earth, below the earth. Everything is land. Hope you understood. Anybody has any doubt? Vitamins is not in land. Proteins are not in land, not inside the land. Vitamins and proteins you get from some stuff. I mean, vitamins you get, let's say, the fruits and vegetables, special kind of protein you get. Okay, I got you. Okay. So these are, hope you understood what we discussed till. Okay, so I assume that you understood everything, and we'll see you tomorrow again. Thank you so much. Thank you.